Hello and welcome to Discovery Church. Come on in, find a seat, and get settled in because we are about to get started in just a few minutes. But before we do that, we are going to tell you about an event coming up that happens to be our biggest outreach event of the year, plus without a doubt, the most fun. There are several ways for you to help out with Trunk or Treat. First, invite as many people as you know to come have a great time on Halloween. We have created a page on the website so that way you can share it with people that you want to invite, or you can just do it the old-fashioned way and invite them in person. Second, we need candy. Lots and lots of candy. So bring in as many bags as you can and drop them off in the collection area out in the lobby. And last, sign up to help during the event. We need as many people as we can to help out with trunks, candy, food, inflatables, and more. You can find out more information or get signed up by going to the info center, the app, or our website. If you want to stay in touch with everything that's going on at DCC, make sure that you download our app. It has just about everything that you will need, all packed into one convenient location. We would also love for you to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That's it for us this week, so go ahead and stand up and join us for worship.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Discovery Church. Looks like tonight the sky is heavy. Feels like the winds are gonna this water. Keep my feet, don't let me falter. Rain down. Do not shine the heaven, but open up our hearts. Open up our hearts. Do not shine His love is fierce, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Oh yeah. Sing out, nothing can take. Nothing can tear us from the grip of His mighty love. Oh, we've only glimpsed His vast affection, heard whispers of His heart and passion. It's pouring, yeah. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Oh, the Father loves and sends His Son. The Son lays down His life for all. Oh, He lavishes His love upon us. He calls us now His sons and daughters. He's reaching, yeah. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Hearts to life with your love, with your love, with your love. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Oh yeah. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Oh. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is deep, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life with your love, sweet amazing love. It's waking hearts to life, oh yeah. His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Oh, yeah. His love is deep, guys can have a seat. We have a short story that we would like to share with you guys.
I was a very unhappy child because I had to parent my siblings. I went through a lot of the stuff that I went through with my mom because she is a drug addict. She put my siblings and I in a very unsafe environment. It's hard because you lose your childhood, and I was 10, so you don't get to experience the childhood things that a 10-year-old should. I would pray to God that he would keep us safe and that he would bring her back to me every day, and he did. And so that was evidence of him being in my life. He eventually got us out of that. So I knew that I wanted to walk with him for the rest of my life because of that. Well, my life has gotten a lot easier because I know that, he's there for me. He's blessed me with my stepmom and stepsister who are really good for me, and my dad's been there from the beginning, but he's still there, and then my siblings, and he's just given me a really good family. I don't see myself as having to be a parent anymore because I have 2 parents now, and they're both involved in my life and my siblings' life. I want to thank my dad for always being there for me, throughout this entire process, and I want to thank my stepmom for being my mom for me when my mom isn't there, and my siblings for always being there for me, Ari, Ava, and Anthony, and my papa, because he's a really big Christian influence in my life, and then the rest of my family just for being there for me, like my aunts and cousins and uncles and stuff. Why I'm getting baptized is to show that I want to walk with God and that he's been very important in my life, and he's letting me start over and walk with him.
That baptism will take place second service, but we just wanted to celebrate and share that story with you guys. Baptism is all about story. It's all about standing in front of your community and proclaiming that I am no longer a slave to darkness. I am no longer dead. I am no longer asleep. But through the gift, through the sacrifice of Jesus, I am awake and I am alive and I am a son and a daughter of the living God. We're going to celebrate communion here this morning, and this is how we choose to remember the sacrifice that Jesus made, that he went to the cross, that he chose to die, and that in a world where gods execute people, in a world where gods condemn people, our God, the God, came down and hung on a crucifixion stake, died a criminal's death, died a death that was full of shame and condemnation, a death that said you can't stand against the powers and principalities of this world. Look where it gets you. And Jesus came and he died that death and he suffered that humiliation, and then he turned the whole thing upside down. And through that death and through that resurrection, he gave us freedom. He gave us life. The least became first. And that's what we celebrate when we celebrate communion together. So what's going to happen is some trays are going to come up and down the aisle, a little wafer and a little cup of juice with the representing the blood and the body of Christ. Take one of each of those. Take it on your own time. We're not going to come back up and do it together. But let this be your time to remember that we've been set free, that we have an opportunity of freedom, that the chains are broken. If this is your first time taking communion with us, you'll hear people shatter those cups around the room, and that's a symbol that the chains are broken, that the bonds have been undone, and that we are free. It's a final act of defiance against a system that held us in bondage. And if this whole thing just seems weird and out of the ordinary, you're not in good space this morning, there's no shame in that. There's no condemnation in that. There's no problem with that. Just pass it around to the next person. No one's going to judge you, ask if you're okay, take you out, and give you a talking to or anything like that. Just pass the tray on. You'll be fine. So let's pray, and then we will share that meal together. God, we thank you that you were not so afraid of the shame and the humiliation, that you were able to come and die for us. God, that the fear of death did not overcome your love for each of us. And God, we know, but we ask you to remind us that you didn't just make a blanket statement for humanity as a whole, God, but that you had each of our names on your lips. That you did this for each one of us individually. And that if it would have only saved one of us, God, you would have done the exact same thing. But through your love, through your passion for us, you've extended it to all of us, God. And we thank you for that grace, that amazing grace that we sing about so often, God. You loved each of us enough to call us son and daughter. In your name we pray. Amen. Hello, everyone. and good morning. Couple of things before whatever is about to happen happens. One, we know that we're not cool. Like, we're aware, so you don't have to tell us. Secondly, this song, you all know it, but it's really, really high for me to sing it, so I'm going to need you to sing it with me and not stare at me like I'm a crazy person. Can we enter into that agreement that you will sing loudly? There's really only one word I need you to sing, and it's the word whoa. So I think we can all remember it. The words aren't going to be on the screen, so just remember it's whoa, like how you would stop a horse. Here we go.
One more time for Wade and the band. Yeah. Yes. Wow, wow, wow. Such talent, such incredible talent in this place. They work so hard every week to do what they do for us. And thanks for being involved in that. So, hey, good morning to you. Oh, come on. That was awesome. You can do better. Morning. So good. Hey, good morning to you. It's so good to have you with us this morning. That is always true. It's especially true if you're brand new. And if that's you, chances are you're a little bit confused right now. So let me try to clear it up a little bit. So why would we do a Bon Jovi song in the church? I mean, was Bon Jovi a Christian? Yes. I really don't know that. I just said it. So why would we do a Bon Jovi song in church? And why would we what's up with that whole mud pie in a jar thing? That video that we just showed you? Those are great questions. So let me talk about that for just a second. First, the song. So in the song, Tommy, he used to work on the docks, but now he's on strike and he's down on his luck and he's got his six string in the pawn shop and it's tough, so tough. And Gina, she used to work at the diner. She works at the diner all day and she works to bring a paycheck home for love and all that, but she dreams of running away, and she cries in the night, and Tommy whispers to her, "It's okay, honey, someday." They're living on a prayer. I mean, the bottom line is, their life is hard, they're living on a prayer. And I think that describes a lot of us sitting in this room here today. I mean, life is not easy, it's hard. We carried a lot of stuff into this room with us today, and we're praying a whole lot, but not a lot seems to be changing in our lives. I mean, we got problems, issues, and challenges in our lives. We, too, are living on a prayer. And so in the song, Tommy and Gina ultimately determine this. They say they've got to hold on to what they've got. They've got each other, and that's a lot. See, I think they're onto something that we need to think about and talk about in the rest of our time that we have left together today. We're going to do that. Before we do that, though, let me say a few more things to you if you're new. We want you to know all of your stories safe and welcome here with us, regardless of how it reads. You belong with us regardless of what you believe, and you're in a room today full of people just like you. We're a group of people that are chasing after a better way to live. We happen to believe that Jesus offers that. But the best news for you and all that is this: you don't even have to believe that to belong right here with us every single week. So special welcome and shout out to you if you're new sitting here today, and to all of our online friends who can't be here but are tuning in to watch us online right now too. So last week we kicked off this series called Big Rocks, and we're talking about the non-negotiables. We're talking about the columns or the pillars that hold us up, the hills that we're willing to die on, the core values. We call them the big rocks, the things that matter most to us in this place, that drive everything that we say and everything that we do here at DCC. And you can see, we believe in this place that there are some things in life that God points us to that are so important and so vital and so necessary and so true and so right and so good that if we let go of these things that God points us to, if we let go of those things, if they don't make it into the jar that represents our life first, then we're actually going to let go of the things that lead us to the life that God has for us. That's true for us as a church, as a community of people, but it's also true for me and you individually too. And so the question is, what are these big rocks? If that's true, what are the big rocks? And we've identified 6 of those big rocks in this place, and we started talking about them last week, starting with this one that honestly probably doesn't make the top 10 list on the list of most Christians, this thing called cultural relevance. See, the truth is, we live in a world today where people outside the church think the two most common perceptions about us people inside the church, as church people, is this: we are irrelevant and we're extreme. We're irrelevant and extreme. And because of that, we have determined here at DCC, we've decided that we're going to do anything and everything we can, short of sin itself, to reach out and connect with people outside of the walls of this place, to give them an opportunity to bump into and experience Jesus and the life that he has for them. We will do anything and everything up to sin, including doing a Bon Jovi song in church. All right? So that helps you understand that a little bit. So last week was, am I culturally relevant? In other words, for you personally, am I relatable to people around me who don't yet know Jesus? That's a very, very important question for us to ask ourselves as followers of Jesus. And then that brings us to today. I want to shift gears today, and I want to talk about another big rock, thing that we hold to be very valuable in this place. It's this thing called raw community. Raw community. See, Tommy and Gina in this song are on to something that I think we need to pay attention to, something that tends to be missing in our lives, especially when we get around this thing called church, something that I think we need to spend some time talking about and talking through today. So let's jump into this and let's do just that. Acts chapter 2 is where we're going to be today. Acts chapter 2. So if you brought a Bible and you want to turn there, go ahead and turn to Acts chapter 2. If you don't have a Bible, you want one, they're on the back tables. Maybe a little weird or awkward for you to get there now. If it is, just skip it, get it on your way out, take it home with you today. You can read off that program that we handed you when you walked in. You can hit our app or you can hit the YouVersion app and follow right along too, or you can ignore all that and just read with me on the screen. So Acts chapter 2, we're going to start with verse 42. They, and these are church people, okay? They devoted themselves to the apostles' teaching and to fellowship, to the breaking of bread and to prayer. And everyone was filled with awe at the many wonders and signs performed by the apostles. All right, let's stop right there. Let's get some context here. So as we pick it up in the story today, Jesus has left. Jesus has left not too long before this. When I say he's left, Jesus crucified on the cross, resurrects himself from the dead, and then spends about 40 days or so on the earth, and then he ascends into heaven to be with his Father in heaven. So Jesus is gone. He's got about 120 to maybe 200 followers there that represent the church. And then in verse 41, the verse right before we pick it up today, you need to go read the whole chapter this week. But Peter preaches this killer sermon, and bam, 3,000 people decide to put their faith in Jesus, get baptized, and join the church in one day. Can you imagine how that would feel? I mean, it's like we come in here next week and there's 5,000 people here at DCC. I think we ought to try it. I figured it out. If everybody here today invites 1.5 people, I don't know what a half person is, maybe somebody under 8, but we can do it. Next week, 5,000 people. Ready, set, go. We're going to do that. So 3,000 people in the church in one day. What a mess, right? What a mess. And what do? They jump into church. They do what good church people do. They start getting together, listening to teaching, having a little fellowship, taking communion, doing some prayer, okay? The things that good church people do. And much of that is what we carried on today. I mean, it's 2,000 years later, and here we are, right, doing many of the exact same things today. And it's a good thing. That's a good thing. It's good that we get together. Some people think, I don't need church. It's good that we get together. And here's the reason why I say that this morning. Here's where I want to jump into this. It's a good thing we get together because isolated and alone was never the plan. Living a life of isolation and being alone was never God's plan for any of our lives. If you read the Bible, you just see it's clear. In the very beginning, in Genesis chapter 2, he looks at Adam, he says, not good for man to be alone. Ecclesiastes chapter 4, he says 2 are better than 1. Because if one falls down, the other one's there to help pick him up. In Hebrews chapter 10, God says to us, hey, don't give up on getting together. This is a good thing that you're doing here. See, isolated and alone, in this life that we're after, trying to chase after Jesus and the life he has for us was never God's plan. We were created for something different. We were created for something better. We were created for this thing called community. This thing called community, and that's why it's one of the core values, one of the 6 core values that we hold in this place. See, if you think about it, when push comes to shove, internally, every one of us really hate being isolated and alone. We really do. And I'm not talking about if you're an introvert. I'm an introvert. And so I need my downtime away from people. Yeah, I really, really do. And I get you if that's you too, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about isolation and being lonely or having loneliness that exists beyond that. So last week I talked about how Americans today, we're twice as likely today to say that we're lonely than we were just 10 years ago, which is really unbelievable when you think about it. I was reading this past week about social media. Read some more about social media and just the effects of social media in our culture. And it talked about these virtual relationships that we've come into in our lives that have replaced real trusting relationships in our life. University of Michigan, some psychologists there did a study in the last few years of young adults with Facebook accounts, which is probably every young adult on the planet for the most part. But they studied them. You know what they found? The people who were on Facebook the most, right, enjoyed their life the least. The more you're on Facebook, the least satisfied you are with your life. Does that make sense? Sure it does. Why is that? Because people lie on Facebook. You think about it. Right? You're comparing yourself to some false image that they want you to believe about themselves. That's just true. The more we're on Facebook, the less satisfied we are with our lives. The point is this. Look, we know it, Facebook or otherwise, right? We live in a world, Christian and not Christian, where a lot of people are feeling isolated and feeling alone. And it really, here's one of the things about that fact that saddens me and frustrates me more than anything else. People are walking into churches every single week in our country, in the world, and they're feeling isolated and alone, and they're leaving the church feeling the exact same way. And that should never happen. That should never be true, but unfortunately, there's still this message in a lot of churches today that, you know what, you can be here. We don't really care if you're here or if you come back, but you can be here, but you certainly don't belong here. That message is still too prevalent in the church. And so that's why you need to know one of our passions in this place is destroying that. One of our passions in this place is doing away with that this is a place where people come in and they instantly feel like, you know what, I belong there. And this is the beauty, if you think about it, this is the beauty of these t-shirts we wear. Me too. It's the beauty of our saying, me too. You've made mistakes in your life. You've hurt people. You've been hurt by people. You have parts of your life that you're embarrassed by. You regret. You wish you could change, delete, erase, and do over. Yeah, me too. Me too. We're not people who used to be like you, put up or tolerate people like you, or fix people like you. We're people exactly like you. There is something to this Me Too thing. Now, here's the thing I always need to say about this is Me Too is not a license to sin. Me Too is not anything goes. Me Too is not do what you want, God will forgive you. That's true, but that's not it, right? Because the goal is what? To become more like Jesus every single day. Me Too is not the destination. It's the starting point in the journey. But this Me Too approach that we take in this place, you know what it does? It starts to give this word that we just read, fellowship, a whole new meaning. It really does. And community starts to form around this. Right? Because if you think about it, community always forms around what we have in common. And in the church, we miss this altogether. So wait a minute, you got a jacked up story? Me too. Me too. Something happens when we're willing to say those words. Something starts, this fellowship thing that we talk about begins to take on a whole new meaning. See, this approach creates a safe place. It creates a welcoming place. It creates a inviting place. It creates a place where it starts to break down the stigmas and the stereotypes and the barriers that are associated and usually stick to two words, church and Christian. Right? And we're passionate about breaking that stuff down in this place. Now, we're not perfect. You don't have to hang around long to see that. But here's the thing. We want to be a place full of people that when people come in and experience us, they leave this place, they walk out the doors, and they go, you know what? I'm not so sure I believe all that stuff. I'm not so sure I believe that Jesus thing and all that, but here's the thing. I felt safe there. I felt welcome there. I felt like I belonged there. And I think I want to go back there and hear more. And for us, that's the win. That's the win. And we believe that happens best in this thing that we do called raw community. Raw community. Now, a lot of churches use the word genuine, authentic, or real to describe themselves, right? And all those words would apply here too. But as we were thinking about this value of community and what do we want community to be in this place, we came up with this word raw because raw means genuine. It means authentic. It means true. It means real. It means all those things. But raw also means messy. It means messy. And life is messy. My friend Jim is a pastor up at Flatirons Church in Lafayette. That's where we kind of stole the Me Too thing 8 years ago, by the way. But Jim's got some cool stories about the community up at Flatirons. He was talking about one week, a guy came up to him in the lobby, and this guy is a guy who screams when he talks, Pastor Jim, Pastor Jim! He's like, whoa. He's like, Pastor Jim, was that Billy Joel on stage? He's like, no, that wasn't Billy Joel. Sounds just like Billy Joel. He's like, okay. He said, my name's Crazy Hank. My family calls me Crazy Hank. They say I'm effing crazy, except he didn't say effing. Bam, right there in the lobby of the church, screaming it for everyone to hear. Right? What's that? That's community. That's raw community. That's raw community, isn't it? Let me ask you something. Is that guy welcome in most churches you've been to? He said one day he's preaching, he looks up, here comes about 15 Hooters girls dressed in their uniforms. Before work, they're coming to church. Is that a good thing? Some of you work at Hooters. Yeah, I love their wings. Carry out. He said, Hooters girls coming to church, you know, is that a good thing? He said, I don't know, it's a distracting thing. I only preached to one side of the room the whole day. What's that? That's raw community. That's raw community. Their first Easter in their building, like 4 or 5 years ago, the building cleared out, getting ready for the next service. They found a bag of pot underneath one of the chairs. Right? bag of pot. Jim says, is that a good thing? He said, I don't know. It was a great thing when I threw it in the fireplace in the lobby. Raw community. Raw community, you get the point? See, here's the thing. That's what we're looking for in this place. Raw community, not raw in the sense of being crude or nasty or anything like that. Raw in the sense that we don't dress it up. It's not refined, it's not perfect, it's not plastic, and it's not pretend. We're just honest. Open and honest. That's it. Raw community is a willingness to be honest about our lives and to move toward the mess in our lives. That's what it's about. And that's really what we're all about in this place. That's what we're all about in this place. You know, but it's hard. It's hard. We really want this thing, though, to permeate not just the Sunday morning experience. I mean, it's great here on Sunday morning. We want it to permeate the entire culture of this place. So we want it to run through every thread of the fabric that we call DCC. But you know what's getting in our way? I don't think we really have a good understanding of this word fellowship. I think we misunderstand fellowship. And of all the things that we just read that these first people in the first church were doing, this is kind of the outlier. And we need to have an understanding of this because I think that sometimes in the churches and church people, we limit fellowship to something that happens on Sunday morning. In fact, if you grew up in a church like I grew up in, maybe your church did this too, we thought we had to have a specific room for fellowship to happen in. Right? And my church didn't have one at first. We got to build a fellowship hall. All you people who aren't church people go, what? Right? Yeah, fellowship hall. We don't have a fellowship hall here. You know why? Because we expect fellowship to happen in every hall in this place. Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's good. You can clap. We expect fellowship to happen in every hall in this place. See, here's the thing. Let's look at the Greek word here. We're going to go crazy and talk about a little Kentucky Greek. So the Greek word here is koinonia. And so when we think about fellowship in the church, here's the image that comes to my mind. Back in the old days, standing there, my tie on, you got your tie on too. We're holding our coffee, and I say God is good, and you say, all the time. That's fellowship. No, it's not. You look at the Greek word here, it talks about a real relationship. Real relationship, not superficial, not some, real. It talks about solidarity. It talks about commonality. It talks about shared responsibility. Yeah, that's different, isn't it? It talks about a partnership. It talks about, the same word is used to describe our personal relationship with Jesus on a few different occasions in the New Testament. So what we have with Jesus, we're supposed to chase after with each other. The question is, do you have that in your life? See, I love what we do here on Sunday morning. I absolutely love it. I love Bon Jovi. I love it all. I love how safe this place is and how welcoming and inviting it is. But here's the thing. This Sunday morning experience alone, you need to hear this, will never get you to the life that you're looking for. This experience alone will never get you there. I'm sorry, it just won't. We try our best, we can't, okay? There's so much more to it than this. We have to understand this fellowship, this community piece of this thing. What these people were living and what they were experiencing went so far beyond their big group Sunday morning experience. We're getting ready to see that. Watch this, verse 44. All the believers were together, had everything in common. They sold property and possessions to give to anyone who had need. Every day they continued to meet together in the temple courts. They broke bread in their homes and ate together with glad and sincere hearts. So, they got on mission together, caring for other people. Yes, they did. Is that a good thing? Of course it is. And they met every day in the temple courts. Now, I think that's a little over the top and extreme, but that's what they did, all right? But do you see what's happening here? A transition is happening here. Church is no longer somewhere we go and something that we do. This whole fellowship thing became a way of life for them. And I read that and I go, wow, if only it were that easy for us. See, we're like them, but we're unlike them. The difference, one of the main differences in them and us is this. We're hesitant to step beyond Sunday. We're so hesitant to step beyond Sunday. And it makes sense to me. I've grown up in church. I get it. And it's not about the day of the week. Don't get confused in that. We need to pay attention to what these people did. What did they do? That's what's important to us. Don't get hung up on the day. What's important is this. They moved from rows to circles. They moved from long rows to small circles. If you hang around here at all, you're going to hear us talk about how life change happens best in the context of a small circle, not in a long row. You're going to hear us say that over and over and over again, but I'm going to tell you something. This is where it usually breaks down for most of us. Back in 2013, in the fall, we had the opportunity to buy this building, old grocery store, and so we had to gut it, start over. So we had a floor plan. The architect drew us a nice floor plan. We posted it on the wall at our old building so everybody could look at it and check it out. And so it wasn't too long after that we started to get a few questions about the floor plan. See people out there and they're just kind of going, and I walk up and they say, hey, it's got a question. Where's the adult education wing? I was like, what? And they're like, where's the adult education wing? I knew what they're talking about. They said, yeah, I see the kids area for the young kids, and I see a youth area over there. That's good, and nice lobby and all that, a garage. I don't know why you need a garage in a church, but there's a garage, and there's a room, offices, and auditorium. But where's the Sunday school wing? I was like, we don't have one. And I get it, because I grew up in a church that had Sunday school classes for adults. We had designated space. We had a Sunday school wing. Right, and if you think about it from a time management standpoint, it allows us to knock out everything on Sunday morning. It's a good deal, right? But it also goes to show this. We really are kind of hesitant to move beyond this. See, here's what I'm getting to. When I walk outside of this building, and I walk into your house or you walk into mine, everything changes. And you know it's true. Everything changes. I'm not talking about I invite you into my foyer, which in my house is a like 4x4 piece of wood floor. Stand there. I'll go get it, right? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the living room, right? Well, you don't take anybody you like in the living room. You just don't. That's the room you walk in every once in a while, blow the dust off the Bible on the coffee table and call it a day, right? That's it. I'm not talking about the living room. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about you and me sitting in my small family room. You sit in that chair that my dog Bentley tore up when he was a puppy. Just tore it to pieces. I had to sew it all back. It looks terrible, right? That's what labs do. And so you sit in that chair. I sit in the other one that's torn up because he tore the back off that. So I sit there by the fire and we just talk. Or we sit at the kitchen table and you sit down at my kitchen table and you notice there's ceramic tile on top of the table and it's got crack in it. Why? Because Greg one day was so mad that one of the kids spilled their milk. Bam, my fist went down and it cracked the table. You sit with me there or there. Why is it so important you sit with me there or there? Because that's where things get real and that's where things are raw. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's where things happen. We are so hesitant to step beyond this. And listen, I get it. Christians are weird. Right? It gets weird, right? We're so hesitant to step beyond this. I know it because I lived this for so many years in my life, but here's the problem. The question never goes away. The question never goes away. And here's the question. Who is there when things get raw in your life? Who's there when things get raw in your life? See, I was thinking about my life, and there was a period of time in my life when I was a pretty young adult guy where all my friends were not Christians. And that's kind of weird because I grew up in church. And my parents grew up in church, and all their friends for the most part were Christians, and all my friends weren't. And I've thought about that. I was like, why? Why did that happen? Well, I think what it was, I understood that there was a core desire somewhere deep in me that I wanted a place, not with a lot of people, with a few people, though, where I could be raw and real and vulnerable and just be me. And I looked at the church and I said, I can't be that there or with those people, so I got to do it elsewhere. And so that's what I did. It didn't work out so well for me. It didn't. I'm not blaming my friends, but Andy Stanley says this. He says, your friends ultimately determine the direction and quality of your life. And I think there's a lot of truth in that. Life goes south. I'm like, what gives? And so I started to become friends with some people who were Christians. Went pretty well. Ultimately, God led me from the practice of law. I became a pastor. And then I get to this point where I look up one day and all my friends are Christian. All my friends are Christian, right? I don't recommend it. Because here's the deal. All my friends are Christian, and then I blew up my life as a pastor. Uh-oh. Yeah, I had an affair. I crashed and burned as a pastor, went into the desert. Stacy, my wife, stayed with me. She's the real hero in the story. Went to counseling for like 3 straight years, just boom, 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 enter this terrible. Our marriage today is as great as it's ever been, but that season, that 3 years of desert experience was the worst time of my life. All of a sudden, I'm used to having all these people around me, and my world got so quiet. Because see, here's what happened. Things got raw. My Christian friends went running away as fast as they could. Has that ever happened to you? I was with a group of pastors in Phoenix this past week, and we were talking about some stuff, and I said to them, you know what? One of the worst hurts in the world is church hurt. One of the worst hurts in the world is by Christian people, when you get hurt by Christian people. So they go running away. There were a few exceptions to that. One was my friend Dave. My friend Dave. He was a Christian. He was a Christian. And when this all happened, I thought, I need to reach out to Dave, but I was so embarrassed because of what I'd done. I was like, man, I just can't. I just can't. I can't reach out to anyone. I didn't have to. His sister found out. She told him. My phone rings. I look down, it's Dave. I'm like, oh. And so I answered, hello. His first question was this. Here's the very first question out of his mouth. He said, Greg, are you, Stacy, and the girls okay? I said, yeah, we're all right. Second question. He probably doesn't even remember this. I'll never forget it. Do I need to come there? He's 600 miles away. He's 600 miles. Do I need to come there? See, I knew Dave was disappointed in me. He was mad at me. He loves Stacy, my wife, loves my girls. They're like his own. I knew he was mad at me, but it wasn't time for him to do that, to go off on me. He saw his job as coming alongside and loving and trying his best to support us through this, even from a distance. Dave responded differently than almost all my other Christian friends. And I've thought a lot about that. I'm like, what's the difference? He's a Christian too. But you know what? I think, as I think about that, the difference is our relationship was different. Our relationship was so different. We never quoted Bible verses to each other. We never really talked about the Bible much at all. We attended the same church for years, and we never said, let's meet together and sit together as families. We never did that. We played a lot. We traveled together and played a lot of softball together. We got to know each other's kids. I helped coach his sons in Little League Baseball. I helped him coach the team there. We would get together pretty often and sit on my back deck and have a beer or two and just talk about life. See, the difference was our friendship was real. Our friendship was raw, and when raw hit the fan in my life, guess what? When everybody else went running away, Dave came running towards me, Stacy, and my girls. That's what I'm talking about. That raw relationship that I had with him, God used that to save my life and to save my marriage. Don't you want that in your life? Do you have that in your life? Do you have that in your life? See, here's the thing. Most of us have Christian community in our lives, not raw community. We have Christian community, not raw community. They're two different things. And here's the part. We just can't get our minds around this as Christians, right? As followers of Jesus, we can't get our minds around it. We just kind of think, well, they can't coexist. Oh, no. Yes, they can. You can have raw Christian community in your life. And we are passionate about proving that to you here. You can have raw Christian community in your life. You need raw Christian community in your life. And so here's my question. Who's sitting in your circle with you? And here's the more important question. Is everybody sitting in your circle with you that's chasing after Jesus the way that you are, the way that you want to, or the way that you know you should be? That's an important question. That first step is the hardest. It's not easy. There's so much working against us here. It's just weird. It's weird. It feels so dangerous to be really known. We got this deep desire in our heart to be known. It feels so dangerous to be known, especially in this thing we do called church. The safest thing to do is to keep a safe distance. We know that. We tend to form our friendships with people who accept us for who we are rather than on the basis of shared values. And so what? We go to church. We don't really feel accepted. I can't have friends there. We have to fight this tendency that we have inside that says, I have to keep you away from me because if I let you get close to me, you're going to hurt me or reject me. See, sometimes it's just easier and preferable for us to be known for something rather than to be known by someone, especially people in this thing that we do called church. I know that because I've experienced it. Several years ago, it's been about 6 years ago now, I think, our church was small. Family in church, new family came. They invited us over for dinner. Invite us over for dinner. We go to their house, nice house, and this guy's an incredible cook. He cooks this fantastic. I mean, it was like, I don't remember fajitas. It was awesome. I just remember, oh, this is so good. And then we get to the end. He goes, hey, let's go out on the deck. Let's go out on the patio, and let's enjoy dessert and coffee on the patio. I'm like, yeah, dessert and coffee. Let's go. And so we go out. Got all of our kids with us. They go out. There's couches out there and chairs. They got a nice fire going in the fire pit. I'm like, man, this is great. Sit down with our coffee. And it was cold. It was chilly outside, so they had all these blankets, and they took these blankets. They gave us blankets, so my kids are all covered up in blankets. Well, one of my kids, I think it was Sloan, was still in the house using the restroom. She comes out. She walks over to Stella, who's my youngest. She grabs the blanket off of her, yanks it, and says, give me that. And Stella immediately, without hesitation, says, get off of me, you beep. Another word for female cat. Proud father moment. Not exactly the way I want to be known. Right? What do you do with that, by the way? How about them Broncos? You can't change that moment, right? We never got invited back. Shortly after that, they left the church. Now they go to New Life. It's all good. Brady's my friend. Hey, come on. Sometimes this being known thing's not so great, is it? I don't have to convince you of that. You know why? Because you've allowed yourself to be known by a few people in your life and been burned, been hurt and rejected too. And I get it. Me too, me too, me too. But here's what I've learned. Every single time that I settle for being known for something, being known for being a pastor and father, husband and friend and leader, that I try to substitute that for being really known by a few people, every time I do that, I lose. Why? Because we were created for this thing called raw community. And if we're going to have it, we got to get past our hesitation to step beyond this, the Sunday morning experience. All right, let's finish this up. Let's finish this up. One last verse. Praising God, enjoying the favor of all the people. How long has it been since the church has enjoyed the favor of all people? Not just church people. Just hang on to that. And the Lord added to their number daily those who were being saved. Church explodes in growth. Now here's the thing. Listen, it wasn't as simple as, or just simply great teaching, or communion, or prayer, or an occasional potluck dinner in the fellowship hall. It boils down to this. Fellowship became a way of life for these people. Community became a way of life for these people. Not something that was limited to a specific time and a specific place, a specific location. Fellowship became a way of life for them. And so here's the drill. Yeah, DCC, this place is inviting and it's safe and you're welcome here regardless of how your story reads. And this is a raw place. That's always going to be true. But don't kid yourself. The life that your heart is looking for, the life that you came in here chasing after today, will never be found in a Sunday morning experience. We really, really, really have to get this. Let's look at we have to step beyond this Sunday morning experience. Here's what we really need to see. Closing the gap between you and me closes the gap between who I am and who I want to be. I feel like Dr. Seuss when I say that, but it's true. All right, so it's really true. If you want to, I look at my life and I go, man, I'm not the man I want to be. So closing the gap between who I am and who I want to be, I got to close the gap between you and me. Now, not everyone around you, with a few people in your life. I've seen this time and time again in my own life and in my own story. There's this school of thought out there that leaders, that you got to be strong. You got to be strong. People will only be drawn to or follow a leader who does not admit their weakness. That if you want people to be drawn to you or follow you, you cannot admit your weakness. You have to be strong in order for people to follow you. I was with a good friend this past week who's built a giant church in this country. It's exactly what he believes. He's like, you can't talk about weakness. You can't talk about brokenness. You can't talk about pain. You don't do any of that stuff. And you know what? I used to subscribe to that way of thinking. But that started to change like 10, 12 years ago in my life. There's been a shift or a change. And I don't know, there's lots of things responsible for that. But one of those things was a quote that I read in a book by Dan Allender called Leading with a Limp. Listen to me. If you're a leader or a wannabe leader or someday might be a leader, you need to read this. Listen to what Dan says. This is amazing. He says, a leader will trust in the goodness of God only to the degree that he has a history of brokenness and surrender. Humility comes from humiliation, not from the choice to be self-effacing or a strong urge to give someone else the credit. For most leaders, humility comes only from wounds suffered from foolish falls. This is the terrible secret about leadership in life. We achieve brokenness by falling off our throne. To be broken is not a choice, it's a gift. The only viable option for leaders who want to mature is to embrace being broken. A broken leader has already known shame, so there's little fear of being found out or further exposed as a failure. You're the strongest when you are weak, and you are the most courageous when you're broken. This is the statement that blows me away. You find your greatest effectiveness as a leader when you lead with a distinct limp. You find your greatest effectiveness as a leader when you lead with a distinct limp. You know what I think? I think you could apply that to any one of the positions we hold in our lives. I've just found this to be true in my life more every single day. The secret for me is my willingness to live in raw community with a few trusted people around me. Back in the spring, March, I got invited to go to the Crucible Project for men. It was the most incredible thing I've done, and it was also the most challenging thing that I've ever done. I can't talk a lot about it because they ask you not to share a lot of details about that, but I'll tell you, I drew a line in the sand there, and I said, I've used to live out of this space in my life, but no more. I'm living this way now. I'm living on the other side of that, and I believe for the most part I've done that since I went there. But one of the things going in, they ask you to do some homework, and they ask you to get with 3 people that are close to you and ask them a few specific questions. Specifically, they want you to ask them, hey, what is it you see about me that you really like? And what is it about me that if you could, you'd love to change? And so I asked 3 men in my life who are close to me, I do life pretty closely with. If they do that, they said yes. They did it. They handed it back to me, and they said, don't ever ask me to do that again. Because it was hard. I've done it for another man or two. I know how hard it is, but you know what's even harder than writing it? Reading it. Yeah, and it's good, what they love about you, but here's what I learned about myself. I wrote this down because I don't want to miss it. I lived way too much under the thumb of other people's expectations and opinions. I learned I'm often insecure in myself as a leader. I push my daughter Spencer way too hard. I take myself too seriously. I live too much in the past. I'm too focused on results and take it personally when the results are not what I want them to be. I tend to get hurt, defensive, and dismissive with people close to me when they disagree with me. Can I tell you something? I didn't want to read that. I didn't want to hear that. You want to know why? Because I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy, but the only way that I cannot be that guy, that I can change being that guy, is if I hear those things. See, I need this raw community thing in my life. You know what? You may not believe it, but you do too. Here's what I've come to understand. If you're not close enough to hurt me, you're really not close enough to help me either. If you're not close enough to hurt me, you're really not close enough to help me either. See, our friends accept us for who we are. Our real friends help us become who we want to be, who we're created to be. Closing the gap between you and me closes the gap between who I am and who I want to be. What if that's true? Do you have that in play in your life? I want to ask you 2 specific questions. Make it personal. What's my next step? If that's true, what's my next step going to be? Am I willing to walk toward and into a few intentional relationships, not for the sake of the relationship, but for the change that will come about in my life because of that relationship? It's a big, big deal. If we really want to find the life that every one of us came in here chasing after today, we got to put these big rocks in first. And this thing that we call raw community is one of the big rocks that has to go in first. We got to hold on to what we've got. We've got each other, and that's a lot. Do you have that in place in your life? If not, I hope you walk away from here today spending some time thinking about that. And I also hope that you come back so that we can talk about this next big rock, the third big rock, next week. Let me pray for us. Jesus, come. Easier said than done. So many of us have gotten to a point where we trust you, Jesus, but trusting people is hard. So what I'm asking for is courage. We know we don't like feeling isolated. We know we don't like feeling alone. Introvert, extrovert, it doesn't matter. We know we were meant for community. We were designed and created to do life together. Not with everyone around us, but with at least a few. But would you point us in the right direction? And would you give us the courage to step above, to rise above our own hesitancy, to take that next step? Will you help us to see the first step's the hardest, that you're there with us? And it's a vital step in you leading us to the life that you came to bring us. So help us to take it, Jesus. Help us to trust you enough just to take this step with you and then lead us to what you have for us in that. That's our prayer, Jesus. In your name, amen. Hey, Trunk or Treat's coming up. It's in a week. It's a week from Monday. And so listen, I know next Monday night's Monday Night Football. I love Monday Night Football, but it's Vikings versus Bears. Spoiler alert, Vikings win. Okay, sorry. See, you don't need to watch it. Now you can come serve at Trunk or Treat and have a blast, by the way. All right, so sports. That's right, sports. Hey, we need candy. I haven't looked out there. I'm sure you brought a bunch in, so we need like 10 times as much as that or 100 times as much. We got thousands of little people coming expecting to get a lot of candy from us. So, hey, bring it in. You can bring it in during the week, just not on Monday. Just make sure we're here. Office entrance is on the far left end of the building, by the way, as you're looking out towards the parking lots down there. So you can bring it in during the week. We just need you to pound us with candy. Also need you to sign up. All of our trunks are full, I understand. Plenty of places for you to serve and volunteer that night. This is the biggest outreach that we do to the community every single year. We had 400 people rise up to do City Serve. We need 400 more, or 400 of you, again, to rise up and do Trunk or Treat with us. We're anticipating 6,000 to 7,000 people are going to come through the building that night. That's a lot of people for us to feed, give candy to, and make sure that they're safe. So jump into that. Hey, if you want to get connected here, next questions about next steps, go to the garage, go out, turn left. It's a room over there. If you want prayer, under the screens here, right after this walkout song to my right and left, there'll be some people there to meet you, greet you, talk with you, and pray with you. And if you believe in what God's doing here and you want to get on mission with us, we'd love that. We don't pressure you or pass a plate. We just hang boxes on the wall. You can jump on board with us financially. Get on mission with us that way. We need you on mission with us that way. So you can drop it in the box on the wall, or you can hit our app or website if you choose to do it electronically. Broncos don't play today. They play tomorrow night. Go Broncos. I'll be out by the fireplace if you want to talk to me. Have a great week. Hope to see you back for our third Big Rock next week.
$30,000 for a nigga to get free. I just hit Rodeo and I spent like 10 G's. I just did a show and spent the check on my mama. When I go and vacay, I might run out the Bahamas. And I keep like 10 phones, damn, I'm really never home. All these niggas clones tryna copy what I'm on.
stand firm through all my life. High, no depth, no anything else could pull us apart. We are joined as one by the blood. Hope will rise as we become more
is where we'd meet. Would you save another dance for me? Would you save my soul for the chance that I could know you now? I would bury my pride in the ground, 'cause if I'm running then I don't know how I'm ever gonna get back home. I just wanna touch you, I just wanna make you move. I can't get over you, way you slide into the room, yeah. I just wanna touch you, I just wanna make you move. I can't get over you, way you slide into the room. Would you save me for a song if I didn't have the words to say? Would you listen to me anyway? Would you help me out for the chance that I could know you now? I would bury my pride in the ground, 'cause if I'm running then I don't know how I'm ever gonna get back home. I just wanna touch you, I just wanna make you move. I can't get over
heart. Met a lion that healed my broken heart. Met a pursued me from the start. I searched for something so like you. You called me own. I searched for something so like you. You called me own. Don't ever let me go. Met a lion, healed my broken heart. Met a man who pursued me from the start. Met a lion that healed my broken heart. Met a man who pursued me from the start.
Although the earth cried out for blood, satisfied her hunger was. Billows calmed on raging seas, for the souls of men she craved. Sun and moon from balcony turned their head in disbelief. Precious love would taste the sting, disfigured and disdain. On Friday a thief, on Sunday a king, laid down in grief, but awoke with the keys of hell on that day. Firstborn of the slain, the man Jesus Christ laid death in his grave.
Sometimes you gotta bleed to know that you're alive and have a soul. But it takes someone to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart. I'm alive. She's the tear in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the tear in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever been. The songs on the radio are okay, but my taste in music is your face. And it takes a song to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart. I'm alive. She's the tear in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the tear in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the hole so you sleep fine. I'm driving here, I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the hole so you sleep fine. I'm driving here, I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. Sometimes you gotta bleed to know, that you're alive and have a soul, but it takes someone to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart. I'm alive. She's the tear in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the tear in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever been. My heart is my armor. She's a tear in my heart. She's a carver. She's a butcher with a smile. Cut me farther than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. Than I've ever been. Oh, than I've ever been. My heart is my armor. She's the tear in my heart. She's a carver. She's a butcher with a smile. Cut me farther than I've ever been.
Staring into your eyes makes my heart come alive. Suddenly brought to life when I met you. Reaching beyond the skies, running deep, stretching wide. Perfect love realized here with you. Now this love is for real, you will never let go, never let go. Oh, and it's more than just words, love beyond my control, out of control. This is real love, this is real love. This is real love, this is real love. You're pulling me closer and Jesus, I'm found in your freedom. This is real love. This is real love. You pull me closer and closer, holding my heart till the very end. Jesus, I'm found in your freedom. This is real love. This is real love. Oh. Staring into your eyes makes my heart come alive. Suddenly was alive when I met you. This is real love. This is real love. This is real love. This is real love. Oh. You put
Hello and welcome to Discovery Church. Come on in, find a seat, and get settled in because we are about to get started in just a few minutes. But before we do that, we are going to tell you about an event coming up that happens to be our biggest outreach event of the year, plus without a doubt, the most fun. There are several ways for you to help out with Trunk or Treat. First, invite as many people as you know to come have a great time on Halloween. We have created a page on the website so that way you can share it with people that you want to invite, or you can just do it the old-fashioned way and invite them in person. Second, we need candy. Lots and lots of candy. So bring in as many bags as you can and drop them off in the collection area out in the lobby. And last, sign up to help during the event. We need as many people as we can to help out with trunks, candy, food, inflatables, and more. You can find out more information or get signed up by going to the info center, the app, or our website. If you want to stay in touch with everything that's going on at DCC, make sure that you download our app. It has just about everything that you will need, all packed into one convenient location. We would also love for you to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That's it for us this week, so go ahead and stand up and join us for worship.
Good morning, everybody. You guys want to stand up with us? Looks like tonight the sky is heavy. Feels like the winds are gonna change beneath my feet. The earth is ready. I know it's time for heaven's rain. It's gonna rain, yeah. 'Cause it's living water we desire to flood our hearts with holy fire. Rain down all around the world, we're singing. Rain down, can you hear the earth is singing? Rain down, my heart is dry but still I'm singing. Rain down back to the start. My heart is heavy, feels like it's time to dream again. I see the clouds, and yes, I'm ready to dance upon this barren land. Open my hands, yeah. 'Cause it's living water we desire to flood our hearts rain down. Give me strength to cross this water. Keep my heart upon your altar. Rain down. Give me strength to cross this water. Keep my feet, don't let me falter. Rain down. Do not shine the heaven, but open up our hearts. Said open up our hearts. Do not shine the heaven, but open up our hearts. Open up our hearts. Rain down all around the world. We're singing. Rain down. Can you hear the earth is singing? Rain down. My heart is dry, but still I'm singing. Rain down. Rain it down. Sing out before I come. Before I come, before I ever cry, you answer me from where the thunder hides. I can't outrun this heart I'm tethered to. With every step, I collide with you. Like a tidal wave crashing over me, rushing in to meet me here. Your love is fierce, like a hurricane that I can't escape, tearing through the atmosphere. Your love is fierce, you cannot fail. The only thing I found is through it all, you never let me down. You don't hold back, relentless in pursuit. At every turn, I come face to face with you. Sing it. Like a tidal wave crashing over me, rushing in to meet me here. Your love is fierce, like a hurricane that I can't escape, tearing through the atmosphere. Your love is fierce. You surround me. You chase me down. You seek me out. How could I be lost when you have called me found? You chase me down. You seek me out. How could I be lost when you have called me found? You chase me down. You seek me out. How could I be lost when you have called me found? Like a tidal wave crashing over me, rushing in to meet me here. Your love is fierce, like a hurricane that I can't covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, it is furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Oh yeah. Sing out nothing can take, nothing can tear us from the grip of His mighty love. Oh, we've only glimpsed His vast affection, heard whispers of His heart and passion. It's pouring, yeah. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, it is furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Sing out the Father. Oh, the Father loves and sends His Son. The Son lays down His life for all. Oh, He lavishes His love upon us. He calls us now His sons and daughters. He's reaching out. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. With your love, with your love, with your love. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce. His love is sweet, His love is wide, it's waking hearts to life. Oh, yeah. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, and it's furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. With your love, sweet amazing love, it's waking hearts to life, to life. Oh yeah, yeah. His love is deep, His love is wide, and it covers us. His love is fierce, His love is strong, it is furious. His love is sweet, His love is wild, it's waking hearts to life. Oh, yeah. Love is deep, His love is wide. seat. We have a story that we want to share with you.
I was a very unhappy child because I had to parent my siblings. I went through a lot of the stuff that I went through with my mom because she is a drug addict. She put my siblings and I in a very unsafe environment. It's hard because you lose your childhood, and I was 10, so you don't get to experience the childhood things that a 10-year-old should. I would pray to God that He would keep us safe and that He would bring her back to me every day, and He did. And so that was evidence of Him being in my life. He eventually got us out of that. So I knew that I wanted to walk with Him for the rest of my life because of that. Well, my life has gotten a lot easier because I know that, He's there for me. He's blessed me with my stepmom and stepsister who are really good for me, and my dad's been there from the beginning, but he's still there, and then my siblings, and He's just given me a really good family. I don't see myself as having to be a parent anymore because I have 2 parents now, and they're both involved in my life and my siblings' life. I want to thank my dad for always being there for me, throughout this entire process, and I want to thank my stepmom for being my mom for me when my mom isn't there, and my siblings for always being there for me, Ari, Ava, and Anthony, and my papa, because he's a really big Christian influence in my life, and then the rest of my family just for being there for me, like my aunts and cousins and uncles and stuff. Why I'm getting baptized is to show that I want to walk with God and that He's been very important in my life, and He's letting me start over and walk with Him.
Nice job, Haley. Thank you. Granddaughter Haley, I'm very proud of you today for taking the step of baptism. But most of all, I'm proud of you for your commitment and dedication to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So based upon your profession of faith in Jesus Christ, I now baptize you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Yeah.
Amen. Wanted to share that story with you because baptism is about the community. Baptism is about us standing before our people and saying that I am no longer a slave to darkness. I'm no longer held by death. There's been a new paradigm. The adoption papers have been signed, and I am a child of God. I am a son or a daughter of the living God. And baptism is this declaration before all of our friends and family that that is who we are. And we all have an opportunity to become that, to become members of the family, to have a place at the table. And it's through the sacrifice that Jesus made for each of us. We're going to go into a time of communion this morning where we choose to remember the sacrifice that Jesus made, where we choose to take a moment out of our time just to sit and be still and remember what was done for us. That our God didn't shy away from shame and humiliation, but He came down into a world where God's executed and was Himself executed, where God's condemned and He chose to become condemned for each of us. That He came and He died in a way that was specifically designed to humiliate. He died a criminal's death. He died hanging on a cross as if to say, you have no power over the principalities and the rulers of this world. And He took that method of death, that method of execution, and He flipped the whole system on its head. And the last became first. And our wounded healer became a conquering king who reaches out to each of us and says He wants you in His family. That you are His son, that you are His daughter, that you are beloved. And all we have to do is accept it and walk into it. So what's going to happen this morning, if you're unfamiliar, some trays are going to go up and down the aisle with a wafer and a cup of juice, just representing the blood and body of Christ. Take one of each of those and take them on your own time. We're not going to come back up together and take it all at the same time, but let this be a moment for you. Let's be a moment for you to sit and to meditate and to think on the fact that you were rescued, that you were redeemed. And then pass that tray on to the next person. And if you haven't been here with us before during communion, you're going to hear people shattering those little plastic cups, breaking them in their hands. And it's this last act of defiance that the whole system that held us in slavery, that held us in bondage, has been broken, has been shattered. And as Jesus said, as he breathed his last breath on the cross, it is finished. And if you think all of this is just weird and uncomfortable, you don't know what I'm talking about, you don't know if you believe or understand what I'm talking about, just pass the tray on to the next person. There's no shame in that. No one's going to look at you funny, ask you to leave, anything like that. Just keep the tray moving, and you'll be fine. So let's pray, and then we'll take this meal together. God, we thank you that you came and you experienced this life. And God, we thank you that you were afraid, that you were terrified to go to that cross and die. God, but your love for each of us trumped your fear of death. And God, that you went to the cross and you hung and you defeated darkness, you defeated death, you defeated sin. And you brought us this amazing gift and you handed it to us, God. And you didn't just do it as a blanket statement for all of creation, God, but you did it for each of us individually. Our names were on your lips as you passed. And God, we thank you that if that sacrifice only saved one of us, you would have done it anyway. But it didn't just save one of us, God. It gave us this opportunity, this amazing, beautiful opportunity to walk into life with you, to be called a son and a daughter of the living God, to walk into a life worth living, a life that is fully alive and fully present in you, God. And we celebrate that this morning. And in your name we pray. Amen. We're gonna do a song, and I need you to know some stuff before we do the song. First thing is, we know that we're not cool. That's really important that you keep that in mind while we play the song. We know that we are all doofuses. And secondly, it's important that you know that this song is really, really high, like vocally super high, and I can't hit all of the notes by myself. So I will need your assistance. Now, first service did a great job. I could hear them through my headphones, which is a pretty big deal. But first service is all old and arriving early. You are second service. You stayed out late. You have a nightlife. And you slept in, and you had breakfast, and you arrived full of waffles and mimosas. And therefore, I expect you all to sing with much more gusto. You only have one word in this whole song. We're not going to put the words on the screen, so you have to memorize it. Your word is whoa. Whoa. And with that, let's all whoa together.
Stay up, stay up. Let's give it up one more time. One more time for Wade and the band. Let's give it up one more time. Yeah! Yeah! Woo! You can have a seat. Wow, they work so hard. They work so hard to do what they do for us every single week and not just Bon Jovi songs. All right, so, hey, whoo, that was good, wasn't it? I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath. You can clap again. That's just so good. That's so good. Woo, all right. I think they are cool. They love you, Wade. Jesus more, but we love you. All right, so, hey, good morning. Come on, first service was better than you. Good morning. There we go. Now you're awake, right? Hey, good morning. Welcome to this place we call DCC. We are pumped and jazzed and excited that you're here with us today. That's always true. It's especially true if you're brand new. And if that's you today, chances are you may be just a little bit confused. So let me clear some things up. Why do we do a Bon Jovi song in church? I mean, was Bon Jovi even a Christian? Yes, he was. Or he is. Actually, I don't know if that's true. Don't write that down. All right, so but we did a Bon Jovi. Why do we do that? And what's up with that like mud pie jar video thing that we did? Those are great questions. Let's talk about that for just a second. So first, the song. When you listen to the words of the song, Tommy used to work on the docks, but he's on strike. He's down on his luck, and so he had to hawk. He had to pawn his guitar, 6 strings in the pawn shop. It's not good. It's tough, so tough. And Gina, she works at the diner all day. You know, she works for her pay for love, and yet, you know, she brings her paycheck home, but she really wants to run away, and she cries at night, and Tommy says, it's okay, honey, someday. They're living on a prayer. They're living on a prayer. And here's the thing. I think there's so many of us in this room today who are doing the exact same thing. We're living on a prayer too. I mean, the truth is we come in here today and life's hard. There are things coming at us from every direction. We walk in, there's all we could do just get in this room today. We're praying. Nothing seems to be changing in our lives. There's all these problems, issues, and challenges. I think that's a description of most of our lives too. And so Tommy and Gina ultimately determine this. They've got to hold on to what they've got. They've got each other, and that's a lot. See, I think they're on to something that we need to think about and talk about in the time that we have left together today. And so we're going to do that. But before we do that, though, a few more things for you if you're new. We need you to know this. All of your stories safe and welcome here, regardless of how it reads. You belong with us regardless of what you believe, even if it's not what we believe. And you're in a room today full of people who are just like you. We're just a bunch of people who are chasing after a better way to live. We happen to believe that Jesus offers that, but the best news for you in that is this. You don't even have to believe that. You don't even have to believe the Jesus thing to belong right here with us every single week. So welcome. We're glad you're here. We want to give a special welcome and shout out to you if you're brand new. And of course, always say welcome to all of our friends who are watching us online live right now too. Good to have you with us. So yeah, we kicked off this series last week called Big Rocks, and we're talking about the non-negotiables. We're talking about the pillars or the columns that we build this thing on. We're talking about the hills that we're willing to die on, the things that we will not compromise. We call them the core values or the big rocks of this place, things that drive everything we say and everything we do as a church here at DCC, because we really do believe that there are some things in each of our lives that God points to in our lives that if we don't hold on to these things. In other words, if these things don't make it into the jar that represents our life, that we're really letting go of the life that God has for us. It's true for us as a community of people that we call a church, and it's true for you and me individually too. So if that's true, then what are these big rocks? That's an important question. What are these big rocks? We've identified 6 of them in this place, starting last week with the first one that we talked about, which is the one that quite honestly doesn't make the list. The top 10 list on a lot of Christians' list. It's this thing called cultural relevance. Cultural relevance, what we talked about last week. We live in a world where people outside the walls of the church, that here's the primary perception of people inside the church, that we are irrelevant and extreme. We are irrelevant and extreme. That's what people outside the church think about me and think about you. And so we have determined, because of that, and decided here at DCC that we're going to do anything and everything we can short of sin to reach people and connect with people outside the walls of this place, to give them the opportunity to bump into and experience Jesus in the life that He has for them. We're going to do anything and everything we can short of sin, including doing a Bon Jovi song in church. All right, so there you go. There's probably the explanation. So last week the question is for us individually, am I culturally relevant? Not just as church culture, am I culturally, in other words, am I relatable to people around me that do not yet know Jesus? That's a question for last week. It's an important question for you to ask yourself if you really want to follow Jesus. So today we're going to shift gears. Today I want to talk about rock number 2. And today it's this thing that we call raw community. Raw community. Now let's go back to the song for a second. Because I think Gina and Tommy are onto something that we need to pay attention to. They're onto something that we need to pay attention to, something that tends to be missing in so many of our lives, especially when we get around this thing called church, something that we need to think about and talk about today. So let's jump into this and let's do just that. Let's spend the rest of our time doing that. We're going to Acts chapter 2 today. So if you have a Bible and you brought it and you want to open there, Acts chapter 2. Hey, if you don't have a Bible and you want one, we've always got them on the tables in the back. I know it's a little awkward to get there if you're up front, so just wait. You can grab one on your way out today. It's a gift to you. Take it home with you. You can hit our app on your phone. You can hit YouVersion. You can read off that program, that piece of paper that we handed you when you walked in, or you can just read with me on the screen. So here we go. Acts chapter 2. We're going to pick it up in verse 42. Now we're talking about these are followers of Jesus, people inside the church, devoted themselves to the apostles' teaching and to fellowship, to the breaking of bread and to prayer. Everyone was filled with awe at the many wonders and signs performed by the apostles. Okay, let's stop right there and let's get some context here. So here's what's going on in the story as we pick it up today. Jesus has left the earth. So Jesus dies on a cross. He's resurrected from the dead. He hangs around for about 40 days, and then poof, he goes up to be with his Father in heaven. He's got about, a couple hundred, 120 or so followers who are left behind here on the earth. And in verse 41, the verse right before where we picked up the story today, Peter gets up, and he preaches this killer sermon. He just knocks it out of the park, and bam, 3,000 people join the church in one day. 3,000 people put their faith in Jesus, get baptized, and join the church in one day. Can you imagine what that would look like? I mean, that would be amazing. I dream about this stuff, right? So that means next week you show up here, instead of being 2,000, there's 5,000 people here. 5,000 people. Let's try that. What do you say? I did the math. All we got to do is each invite 1.5 people. I don't know what a half person is, maybe like 8 years old and younger. I don't know. Let's just try it. Let's see. That would be a mess, right? If 3,000 new people, I'd love to have that mess, but if 3,000 people showed up in one day, that would be amazing. It'd be a mess too, and that's what happens here. So what do? They jump into the church, and they start doing what good church people do. Well, what do good church people do? Well, they show up, and then they listen to teaching, and then they take communion, they pray, and they fellowship, and they go home. So this thing that we're doing today, so many of the traditions and the things that we do, our methodology, is really just carrying on what started here about 2,000 years ago. And it's a good thing. We need to get together, and here's why this is so important. It's so important because isolated and alone was never the plan. Isolated and alone. It's where so many of us are living our lives. It was never the plan. It was never God's plan for our life. You think about it. You just read the Bible. It's all over the Bible. You go back to the very beginning. God, in the Garden of Eden, looks at Adam and he says, it's not good for man to be alone. So he creates Eve. Not good for him to be alone. And then you go to Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and God says, 2 are better than 1. Because if one falls down, the other one's there to help pick him up. In Hebrews chapter 10, God says, hey, don't give up on getting together. This is a good thing for you. See, isolated and alone, living a life isolated and alone, in this life especially of trying to chase after Jesus and the life he has for us, that was never the plan. We were created for something different. Every one of us were created for something different. People inside and outside the church, we were created for something different. We were created for something better. We were created for this thing called community. Community, and that is why this is one of the big rocks. It's one of our 6 core values in this place. If you really break it down and you think about it, listen, none of us want to live isolated and alone. I don't care if you're an introvert or not. I'm an introvert. I understand there's times you just need to get away from people and recharge your batteries and all that, but none of us, at the end of the day, want to live lives in isolation or totally alone. I talked about last week how we live in a culture now in America where now Americans are twice as likely to say that they're lonely as we were just 10 years ago. That's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. I was reading this past week about social media. I've been reading more and more about social media, and I read that these virtual relationships that we put in place on social media, they've replaced real trusting relationships in our lives. And it's creating some pretty major problems for us. In fact, there was a study in the last few years, the University of Michigan, a psychologist there did this study of young adults. All of them had Facebook accounts. I can't imagine many that wouldn't, but they did this study, and here's what they found. More time you spent on Facebook, the least satisfied you were with your life. More time on Facebook, less satisfied with life. More time on Facebook, less satisfied with life. It makes sense, doesn't it? Why is that? Because people lie on Facebook. Right? Our drummer came up to me after first service. He said, I heard somebody say this in a Wild at Heart group, and it's awesome. He says, the problem with Facebook is we are comparing our own bloopers to somebody else's highlight reel. And that's true. And we lose heart. This social media thing is not connecting us anymore as people, too many people in the world, and it's getting worse. It's not getting better or living, Christian, non-Christian, living lives in isolation and feeling alone. And so one of the things that really saddens me and frustrates me and gets me worked up is this. People walk into churches all over the world every single week feeling isolated and alone, and they leave the church feeling the exact same way. And that doesn't sit well with me. That should never be. It should never be. And see, here's the problem. There's still this message, this unspoken message that happens in church sometimes. That, yeah, I guess it's okay for you to be here. I don't really care if you're here. I don't care if you come back. It's okay for you to be here, but you don't really belong here. That message is still conveyed, silently conveyed somehow, some way in the church. And one of our passions in this place we call Discovery Church is doing everything we can short of sin to break that thing down and to change that. This is the beauty of the shirts that so many of us wear called to say Me Too. This is the beauty of Me Too. Wait a minute, you've made mistakes in your life? Bad mistakes? Like, wish I hadn't done that, horrible. Yeah, me too. You've hurt people, even the people you love the most? Me too. You've been hurt by people. Wow, me too. You have parts of your life and story that are horrible that you wish you could change, delete, erase, do over. You wish you had a big do-over button for some chapters of your life? Yeah, me too. We're not people who used to be like you, tolerate people like you, or fix people like you. We can't fix anyone. We're people just like you. There's some strength in that. There's something magical about that Me Too message. But let me be clear here. Me Too does not mean anything goes. Me Too does not mean do whatever you want, God's going to forgive you. Will He forgive you? Yes, but that's not going to get you the life you're looking for. It's not that. It's not a license to sin. Me Too is not the destination. It's the starting point for us on the journey. But I'm going to tell you something. This Me Too approach thing that we got going on here, you know what it does? It begins to give this word that we just skipped over in the reading, fellowship. It gives it a whole new meaning. And community starts to form around Me Too. See, community always forms around what we have in common. Somehow in the church, we just forget that. So I say to you, you got a jacked up story? Me too. And boom, something starts to happen in that moment. Community starts to form around that. See, this approach, this Me Too approach, creates these safe, welcoming, inviting environments in this place that begins to break down stereotypes, stigmas, and barriers that tend to stick to the word Christian and church. And there's a lot of them out there. So we're not perfect people in this place. Stick around, you'll see that. But we are people who are committed to this. We are committed to being a place that when people walk out the doors of this place, they may say this. They may say, you know what? I'm not so sure I agree with all that Jesus stuff. Not convinced, but I felt safe. I felt welcome. I felt comfortable. I felt like I belonged. And I want to go back and hear more. You see, we think that happens best in this thing called raw community, that we call raw community. Now, a lot of churches use the word like genuine, authentic, and real, and true, or whatever, to describe their experience. And you could use all those words to describe us too. But we like the word raw. When we were thinking about what is this core value, we know community is a value for us, but what kind of community? We said the word was raw. As soon as I heard it, I said, that's it. You know why? Because raw is genuine, authentic, true, real. But raw also involves this. Raw is messy. Raw is messy. Life is messy, isn't it? My friend Jim is a pastor up in Lafayette at Flatirons Church. And he tells the story of a guy who came up to him in the lobby one Sunday, and he's one of these guys. I don't know if you ever met a person like this. And he had all of his facilities, right? But he was just one of these guys that speaks like 3 or 4 times as loud as any human possibly ever should. You ever hear anybody like that? It's like, take it down. He comes up. Jim's standing in the lobby. He's like, Pastor Jim. It's like, what? He goes, was that Billy Joel on stage? He's like, what? Was that Billy Joel on stage? It looked like Billy Joel, sang like Billy Joel. No, it wasn't Billy Joel. He goes, my friends and family call me Crazy Hank. Yeah, they think I'm effing crazy, except he didn't say effing. Right? What's that? That's raw community. That's raw community, isn't it? Jim says, I was preaching one time, I look up, and here come about 15 Hooters girls down the aisle, all dressed in their uniform before work. They're coming to last service before Sunday service. Yeah, the first service cheered about that, but you are stupid. So anyway, So they're coming down the aisle. They're coming down the aisle, and Jim said, I look up and see him. He goes, is that a good thing? He said, I tell you what, it's a distracting thing. I only preached to one part of the audience the whole service. Yeah. After their first Easter service in the building, this is like 5 years ago. You know what they found? Everybody cleared out. The next service getting ready to come in. They found a bag of pot under one of the seats in the auditorium. Is that a good thing? Jim said, I don't know. It was a good thing when I threw it in the fireplace in the lobby. It's good for everyone. Raw community, right? Raw community. Listen. That's what we want in this place. Raw community, not in the sense of raw as crude or nasty or perverted or vulgar, anything like that. No. Raw is not refined. Raw is not cleaned up. Raw is not dressed up. Raw is not plastic. Raw is not pretend. No, raw is honest and open. See, raw really is a willingness to see the mess in my life and to walk into the mess in my life. And that's really what we want to be in this place. We want raw community to not only be the experience that people have in this service on Sunday morning, we want it to permeate the culture of this place. So to run through every small thread of this fabric that we call DCC. So what's getting in the way of us doing that? Let me tell you, I think it's this. We don't have a clear understanding of that one word that we just read, fellowship. We mess this stuff up in the church. We don't understand what fellowship really means. In the church and with church people, most often, here's what we do. We tend to think fellowship is something you do on Sunday morning. We do. In fact, if you grew up in a church like I did, you had a specific place to do it, right? Well, our church didn't have one. We said, we don't have a place to fellowship. We need a fellowship hall. There you go. Some of you people are not really been around church much like, what? Yeah, we create rooms for this. You fellowship in the fellowship hall. Right, and so you got this image, and I remember as a kid growing up, you're in church, and you stand there with your coffee, and you got your tie and suit on, and all that. Not that I'm against ties and suits, but I wore it for 10 years. I'm done. But you're standing there, and I say to you, God is good, and you say all the time. And we had fellowship. No, we didn't. See, here's the thing. The Greek word here, okay, we're going to go Greek. Kentucky Greek, it's even worse. Greek word here is koinonia. And when you study this word, let me tell you what it means. It's not superficial relationship. It's real relationship. The words that are used to describe koinonia are solidarity, commonality, shared responsibility, partnership together. This word koinonia is used twice in the New Testament to describe our individual and personal relationships with Jesus. This is some deep, real stuff, fellowship. What have we done with that in the church? And so, which version do you have in your life? That's the question. See, as much as I love this place, and I do, and I love Bon Jovi and Blue Oyster Cult we did last week, and Eagles next week, by the way. I love all that stuff that we do here. I love how safe it is and open and welcoming and raw. I love all that about this place. Here's what you got to understand. This Sunday morning experience will never, ever, ever be capable of leading you to the life you're looking for. It won't. I'm sorry, we try our best, it won't. There's so much more to this. We have to understand this fellowship, this community thing that we're talking about. These people that we're reading about in the very first church had so much going on, so much more going on in their life than just a big group Sunday morning experience. Watch, you're going to see it. Verse 44. All the believers were together, had everything in common. They sold property and possessions to give to anyone who had need. Every day they continued to meet together in the temple courts. They broke bread in their homes and ate together with glad and sincere hearts. Okay, so yes, they get together and they go on mission together to help other people. Yes, they did. That's a good thing. That's a great thing. They met every single day in the temple courts, which I think is a little over the top and extreme, but they did it. Okay, so they got this church thing going on. But all of a sudden, if you really read this and you think about what they're saying here, church now is no longer something I go to or something I do. This fellowship piece became a way of life. And here's the deal. If only it were that easy for us. If only it were this easy for us. It's not. See, I think one of the biggest differences between these people in the very first church and us today is this. We're hesitant to step beyond Sunday. We're just so stinking hesitant to step beyond Sunday. And it's not just about the day Sunday, okay? Don't get caught up on the day. These people in this first church, they do something very, very specific here that we need to pay attention to. You know what it is? They move from rows to circles. It's huge. They move from long rows to small circles of people. If you hang around this place, you're going to hear us talk about how life change happens best in the context of real relationship, which happens in small circles, not in long rows. And yet, I still think this is where this whole Christian life tends to break down the most for most of us. Back in 2013, the fall of 2013, we just made an offer on the building. They'd accepted it, started drawing up some plans. And so the architects drew us a floor plan, and we put it on the wall in the lobby of the old building over at Barnes & Powers. So people would start coming up looking at the lobby, and they're looking at the floor plan like, hey, this is cool. And all of a sudden, there's a few of them that started asking me, they're like, where's the adult education wing? I was like, what? It's like, where's the adult education? Well, yeah. You know what I'm talking about. And see, I see the kids area. That's nice. And I see the area for the youth over there. That's cool. And I see this thing called the garage. I really don't know why a Christian would need a garage in a church, but okay. And I see that. And then there's offices. Yeah. Fireplace, that's cool. And an auditorium. But where's the Sunday school wing? That was the question. Where's the adult Sunday school wing? Because I had one of those growing up in church too. I get it. I understand the question. I mean, if we can knock it out on Sunday morning, why not? From a time management standpoint, it makes sense. You know what else I think it does? I think it points to our hesitancy to step beyond this. I really, really, really do. Because here's the thing. When I walk outside of this building and I step into your house or you step into mine, here's what I know to be true. Everything changes. Everything changes. And I'm not just talking, I invite you over, and we've got this little 4x4 wooden space inside our front door, the house we rent, right? That's the foyer. I'm not talking about I invite you in, stand there, I'll go get it. No, I'm not talking about I invite you in. Let's go into the living room. Here's what I know about you. You don't invite people that you like into the living room. That's where the salesmen go, right? You walk through the living room every once in a while and blow the dust off the Bible on the coffee table in the living room. That's what the living room's for, right? What I'm talking to you about is, no. You come into my small family room, and it is small, and you sit in this chair that my dog Bentley totally destroyed when he was a puppy growing up, because that's what labs do, right? He tore the crap out of this chair, and I sewed it back up. It doesn't look good, right? You sit there, I sit over on a couch that he tore up too, and we talk. We turn on the fireplace, which is fake, but it's good, and we talk, right? Or you go with me, and you sit at the small kitchen table there. The whole top is ceramic tile, and you look and say, man, that tile's cracked. You know why it's cracked? Because I got mad when one of the kids knocked their milk over one day and went bam as hard as I could, and I cracked the tile on top of the table. So we're going to sit in one of those two places. Why? Because that's where life gets real. That's where it's really raw. It's true, isn't it? And everything changes when I invite you into that, or you invite me into that. Now here's the deal, though. We are so hesitant to go there. We're so hesitant, and I get it. I get it. We are so hesitant to step beyond this Sunday morning experience. Why? Because Christian people are freaking weird. We get weird. I don't know why, we just get weird. And so I'm like, nope, not going to do it. But here's the thing, okay? The question never goes away. You can be like me, and for most of my life, I chose that lifestyle too, but the question never goes away. And here's the question. So who's there when things get raw in your life? Who is there for you when things get raw in your life? Such an important question. I was thinking about my life this past week, and I was thinking, there was a time in my life where none of my friends were really Christian. They didn't want anything to do with church for the most part. They didn't care about really following Jesus. And that's kind of weird because I grew up in church. I grew up in Church of Christ. So my parents, all their friends were Christian for the most part. I mean, my dad had guys he worked with, but their friends, our family friends, were all Christian. I'm thinking, why in the world did I go there? And I realized that because something inside of me wanted to place a safe place to really be known, a place where I could be real and be vulnerable and be raw, not with a bunch of people, but with a few people, and I didn't feel like I could find that in church. I looked at the people in the church, I said, I'm not so sure I can find that in the church. And so I found it elsewhere, outside of the church. That didn't go so well for me. Andy Stanley says, your friends ultimately will determine the direction and quality of your life. I think he's right. And so all of a sudden, boom, I'm blowing my life up. It's not good. So I decided, hey, I got to change something. I need Christian friends in my life. So I started to find some Christians that I could be friends with. And then, guess what? I left the practice of law after being a trial attorney for 10 years. I left to go become a pastor. And next thing you know, I look and my world's turned around, and now all my friends are Christian, which I don't recommend. All my friends are Christian, and I blow my life up as a pastor. I have an affair. I resign from ministry. Stacy, my great wife, stays with me. She's a real hero. I go into intense counseling for a few years. Life and marriage, best it's ever been today, best ever. But then for about 3 years, look out, worst desert experience of my life. And here's the thing. Friendship matters to me, and my world got so stinking quiet. Things got raw, and Christian friends went running. You ever had that happen in your life? I was with a group of pastors this past week in Phoenix, and I said to these guys, I said, you know what? One of the worst hurts in the world is church hurt. Nothing hurts like the hurt you can receive from people who claim to follow Jesus. All of a sudden, boom, my life gets raw. Everybody goes running. There's a few exceptions to that. One of those exceptions was my buddy Dave. He was a Christian too. He was a good Christian, man. Loved God. And so when it all happened, I immediately thought of Dave, but I was so embarrassed and so disappointed in myself. I couldn't imagine calling him, and I didn't have to because he found out from his sister and he called me. And I remember the call like it was yesterday. I look at my phone today. I was like, oh, hello? First question, are you, Stacy, and the girls okay? Second question, I said, yeah. Second question, do I need to come there? Now, he probably didn't even remember he asked me that question. I'll never forget it. 600 miles away, 10-hour drive away. Do I need to come there? See, Dave's response to me was different. He was disappointed in me, I'm sure. Yeah, he was mad at me. He loves Stacy, my wife. He loves my girls. He hated what I'd done. That's all true. But he saw himself as a friend to come alongside of our entire family and hopefully love us and see us through it. See, his response was so different than most of my other Christian friends. And I keep thinking about that. Why was that? Because he was a Christian too. You know what I've come down to? Our relationship was different. Our relationship was different from the very beginning. We didn't talk Bible verses. We didn't take a class together. We weren't in the same ABF or Sunday school class. We attended the same church. Never once did we say, hey, let's meet and sit together as families. We never did that. Spent a lot of time together traveling on a softball team, on the softball field, got to know each other, got to know each other's kids really, really well. I helped coach his boys in Little League Baseball with him. Yeah, we used to sit on my deck from time to time and have a beer or two and just talk about life. See, my friendship with Dave was real from the beginning. It was raw. It was raw. And so when the raw hit the fan in my life, guess what? When everybody else went running this way, Dave came running towards me, Stacy, and my girls. I want to tell you something. This raw community thing, this friendship, this real friendship that I had with my friend Dave, God used that to save my life and to save my marriage. And my question for you is, do you have that in your life? Don't you want that in your life? See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Most of us settle for Christian community. Most of us have Christian community, but we don't have raw community. And here's the part that is so hard for us to comprehend as Christians. They can coexist. We just, I don't know why, but we just have so much trouble getting there. You can have raw Christian community in your life. You can have raw Christian community in life. You need to have raw Christian community in your life, and that's one of the things that we are most passionate about in this place, is helping you find that here. You really need this. Listen, here's the question. Who's sitting in your small circle with you? That's the first question. Here's the second question. The second question is more important. Is there anyone sitting in your small circle with you who's chasing after Jesus like you are, like you want to, or like you know you should be? That's a hard question, but it is a necessary and vital question for you if you're really trying to follow Jesus. This stuff's hard, right? It gets weird, it gets funky. There's so much working against us here. There really is. I mean, it feels dangerous to really be known, especially in the church. That just feels dangerous. It feels so much safer for me just to keep a safe distance from you, kind of do this. Because really, when you think about how we choose our friends on the basis of acceptance, who will accept me, rather than on shared values. And when you walk into a lot of churches, you don't feel accepted. So am I going to find my friends there? Not so much. We got to work against our tendency to say, you know what, I'm not going to get close to you, because if I get close to you, you could hurt me or reject me, because that's in all of our lives and stories to some extent. So what do? We usually just settle for or land on or prefer to be known for something rather than to be known by someone, especially if that someone goes to this thing that we do called church. And I get it. I really do. I've seen it so many times in my life. It's about 6 years ago. Church was really small. New family came to the church. They all invited us over for dinner. So we said, okay, we're going to go to dinner at their house. Pull up their house, nice house. We go in. This guy could cook. I mean, it was like, just like gourmet. It was awesome, man. And so we eat this great dinner, and we're enjoying this conversation. He's like, hey, let's go out on the patio and have some coffee and dessert. I'm like, how good is this? Let's do it. So we go outside. It's a cool, chilly Colorado night. And so we go out there. They got a big fire, couches around it. They got a box over here, this thing that's got blankets in it. And I'm like, who does this? So we get these blankets out, and I cover up in a little snuggy blanket. I'm feeling good, and all my girls are around, and, they got their cocoa, and we got our coffee and all this. Well, Sloan, one of my daughter, my second oldest daughter, she'd been in the house. I think she went to the restroom. She comes out. She walks over to Stella, my youngest. She grabs the blanket off her and says, give me that, and jerks the blanket off of her. Without hesitation, Stella screams out, get off of me, you beep! Another word for female cat. Oh, proud father moment. You want to talk about being known? This is not exactly how I want to be known. You know what? We never got invited over again. Shortly after that, they left the church. They went to New Life. It's all good. Brady's my friend. Come on, I don't have to convince you of this, do I? Sometimes this being known thing that we desire so deep in our heart, it's just not so great. I don't have to convince you of that. You know it's true because you've tried it, you've let someone get close, and you've been burned, you've been hurt and rejected too, and I get that. Here's what I've learned. Every time that I settle for being known for something, be a great dad, good husband, great father, great pastor, whatever. Every time I've settled for being known for as a subsidy, if we're going to find the life that all of our hearts are looking for, we have to be willing to step beyond this Sunday morning experience. Well, let's finish this up. Just one more verse, verse 7. Praising God, enjoying the favor of all the people. I just want to pause there and say this. When's the last time that the church enjoyed the favor of all people? Long time ago. And the Lord added to their number daily those who were being saved. Church explodes in growth. So here's the deal. Listen. It wasn't as simple as great teaching, communion, prayer, and an occasional potluck in the fellowship hall. You know what the difference is here? You know what the secret is here? Fellowship became a way of life. Not a specific time, not a specific place. Fellowship became a way of life for them. So here's the deal. Listen, Discovery is always going to be welcoming. It's always going to be safe. It's always going to be comfortable. It's always going to be raw. This is true, and this is who we're going to be. It's who we have been. It's who we're going to continue to be. But you're fooling yourself. You got to hear this. The life that every single one of us came in here today looking for requires us to step beyond this experience. At the end of the day, here's what we need to see. Closing the gap between you and me closes the gap between who I am and who I want to be. I've seen this so many times in my life. Closing the gap between you and me closes the gap between who I am and who I want to be. So if I'm today standing up here and I'm not the man I want to be, one of the ways I can close the gap between who I am and who I want to be is to invite you to get closer to me. Maybe not necessarily you. I'm not talking about everyone, but a few special people in your life. There's this school of thought out there in leadership circles that just kind of says, you know what, that no one's going to be drawn to you or follow you as a leader if you admit your weaknesses. It's not going to happen. You must be strong for people to follow you. I was just with a good buddy. He's built a phenomenal church, one of the biggest churches in America. I was with him this week. That's his thing. You can't be weak. You can't show pain. You can't show brokenness. You don't talk about that stuff. You lead strong. I'll even say it to leaders in this place. Say, hey, man, lead strong, right? And that was my philosophy for so long. That's who I got to be. That's who I got to be. And then something started to shift and change. I crashed my life. I said, something feels wrong about this. And so that's begun to take a different shape over the last 10 or 12 years. One of the things that's influenced that is Dan Allender's book, Leading with a Limp. If you're a leader, a wannabe leader, even just leading your family, whatever, you need to read this book. Listen to what he says. He says, a leader will trust in the goodness of God only to the degree that he has a history of brokenness and surrender. Ultimately, that's the only thing that's going to take you there. Humility comes from humiliation, not from the choice to be self-effacing or a strong urge to give someone else the credit. For most leaders, humility comes only from wounds suffered from foolish falls. This is a terrible secret about leadership in life. We achieve brokenness by falling off our throne. It's To be broken is not a choice, it's a gift. The only viable option for leaders who want to mature is to embrace being broken. A broken leader has already known shame, so there's little fear of being found out to further exposed as a failure. You're the strongest when you're weak, and you're the most courageous when you're broken. You find your greatest effectiveness as a leader when you lead with a distinct limp. You know what? I find that to be more true in my life every single day. And the secret to finding this life that I'm looking for, it's directly connected to my willingness to live in raw community with a few trusted people around me. This past March, I got to go to the Crucible Project for Men, Crucible Project weekend. And it's the hardest thing I've ever done, and yes, it's the best thing I've ever done. I really can't say a lot about the details of what we did there. They ask you not to do that, and I'm glad I didn't know going in because it makes the experience really effective. But I will tell you this. I drew a line in the sand leaving there, and I said, I've lived out of this old space in my life. I'm not going to live out of that space anymore. I'm moving forward. I'm living out here, and I think I've done a pretty good job of doing that. One of the things they ask you to do when you're heading into this Crucible Project weekend, there's so much unknown, is they ask you to get with a few friends in your life, 3 specific friends in your life who you're close to, and they ask you to ask them this question. I want you to tell me 3 things about me that you like and 3 things about me that you would love to change. So I rounded up 3 guys locally here who I do life closely with, and I asked them to do that for me. They said, sure. When they came back with their answers, they said, don't ever ask me to do that again. Because it's hard. I've done it for a few guys. I know how hard it is. You want to know what's even harder? Reading it. Yeah, here's what I learned about myself. I wrote this down because I won't screw it up. I learned I live way too much under the thumb of other people's expectations and opinions. I learned that I'm often insecure in myself as a leader, and I push my daughter Spencer way too hard. I learned I take myself too seriously. I can't relax and laugh enough. I live too much in the past, and I'm too focused on results and take it personally when the results are not what I want them to be. I also learned I get hurt. I tend to get hurt, defensive and dismissive with people around me that I'm close to that I love when they disagree with me. Can I tell you something about that stuff? I don't want to read that. I don't want to hear that. I don't want anything to do with that. Why? Because that's not the guy that I want to be. But the only way that I'm going to change that is if I hear that. And I believe I have heard it, and I've begun to change that. Can I tell you something? I need this. I need this raw community in my life. And whether you believe it or not, I'm telling you, you really do too. Here's what I've learned. If you're not close enough to hurt me, you're really not close enough to help me either. If I refuse to allow you to get close enough to hurt me, I'm really refusing you the opportunity to get close enough to help me. Our friends accept us for who we are. Our real friends help us become who we want to be and who we were created to be. Closing the gap between you and me. I don't know who that is for you, but between you and me helps me close the gap that exists between who I am and who I want to be. Now, don't you want that in your life? Of course you do. 2 questions as you leave here today. The first one is, what's your next step? Make it personal. What is my next step? The second question is this: am I willing to walk toward and into a few intentional relationships in my life, not for the sake of the relationship, but for the sake of the change that will occur in my life as a result of that relationship? It is a big deal. If we want to find the life that all of us came in here looking for today, we got to put the big rocks in first. This raw community thing is one of the big rocks that must go in first. We got to hold on to what we've got. We've got each other, and that's a lot. Do you have that in your life? I hope you spend some time thinking about that as you walk away from here today, and I also hope that you come back so we can talk about the third big rock next week. Let me pray for us. Jesus. This is easier said than done. So hard to trust. We've tried to trust in the past with people who follow you, people who don't, and we've been burned, and we've been hurt, and we've been rejected. And so we bring our brokenness to this relationship only to be more broken, more scarred, more hurt, more wounded. And so, yeah, we're hesitant to go anywhere near that. And isolation and loneliness, as painful it is, just feels better than that, than the thought of that or that again. Jesus, would you help us? This is where we're hopeless without you, Jesus. Walk us into this. Give us the courage just to take the next step. Open our eyes to see those 1 or 2 or 3 people in our lives that we need to step into this with. And then use that, Jesus, to lead every one of us to the life that you came to bring us, that we're so desperate for as we crawl in here today. So thank you, Jesus, for the hope that is in you. Thank you for the hope that is in this thing that we call Raw Community in this place. Lead us into that. Lead us into that. In Jesus' name, amen. Hey, just real quick. So Trunk or Treat is a week from Monday. We're going to have like 6,000 people show up. We need your help, okay? We need tons of candy. I didn't look, but I assume we're bringing in tons of candy. I promise you we need 100 times as much as we've got because, 6,000 little people are going to come in here demanding candy from us. So we got to have candy. We also need, people to help us serve. All the trunks are taken. That's great, but there's all kinds of places to serve. We had 400 people for City Serve. Hit the streets. How about 400 people for Trunk or Treat? That'll help us get it done, right? Let me tell you something. I know it's Monday Night Football. It's Monday Night Football. Listen, the Vikings are playing the Bears. Spoiler alert, Vikings win. See, you don't even need to watch it. How good is that? Aren't you glad you came to church today? That's great, but don't bet it. All right, so, hey, if you want to know more about next steps, I just said, what's my next step? You want to know more about the answer to that question, go out the door, look left, room called the garage. Great people will help you there. If you want prayer, people under the screens to my right and left, right after this walkout song, they'd love to help you with that. If you want to get on board with us and on mission with us financially, we love that. We need that. We need you to partner up with us, but we don't pass a plate. We just have boxes on the wall in the back, or you can hit our app or hit our website if you choose to do it that way. Hey, I'll be out by the fireplace if you want to talk to me. Would love to meet you and talk with you. I hope you have a great week. One last thing that I want to say today is this. My friend Dave that I mentioned is sitting right here in the first row today. Well, can we give it up for him? He's gonna punch me in the face later because we're raw, right? So here's the thing. He's in a battle for his life with liver cancer. Prognosis is not good, and I am so pleased that he got to be a part of this with me here today. He's a big part of the reason that I get to be a part of this DCC story at all. So if you see he and Mary, his wife, just maybe thank them for that or hug on them something. It's one of my best friends in life right there. So anyway, I'll be out by the fireplace. Love to talk to you, see you out there. If not, hope to see you back for the third Big Rock next week. Have a great week.
You cover the mountains, the valleys below, with the breath of your mighty wings. All treasures of wisdom and things to be known are hidden inside your hands. And in this fortunate turn of events, you've asked me to be your friend. Ask me to be your friend. And you are my forest fire. All treasures of wisdom and things to be known are hidden inside your head. And in this fortunate turn of events, you've asked me to be your friend. Ask me to be your friend. And you are my first, you are my last, you are my future and my past. Yeah, you are my first, you are my last, you are my future and my
Come out of sadness from wherever you've been. Come broken hearted, let the rescue begin. Come find your mercy, oh sinner, come kneel. Earth has no sorrow that heaven can't heal. Earth has no sorrow that heaven can't heal. So lay down your burdens So lay down your hurt, lay down your heart, come as you are. There's hope for the hopeless and all those who've strayed. Come sit at the table, come taste the grace. There's rest for the weary, rest that endures. Earth has no sorrow that heaven can't cure. So lay down your burdens, lay down your shame. All who are broken, lift up your face. Oh, wanderer, come home. You're not too far. Lay down your hurt, lay down your heart, come as you are, come as you are, fall in his arms, come as you are. There's joy for the morning, oh sinner be still. Earth has no sorrow that heaven can't heal. Earth has no sorrow that heaven can't heal. So lay down your burdens, lay down your shame. All who are broken, lift up your face. Oh, wanderer, come home. You're not too far.